We're about ready to get started with our own show, but before we get started, we have the privilege of having Miss Jenna Schultz sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're off and going with our 2022 owned Brangus Female Show. Our first class of the day is class number 43, early spring heifer calves born January 1st through February 28th, 2022. Entry 103, TCR Clara 1252 K2, shown by Sarah Altman. Entry 104, Smart Miss Sally 804K, shown by Devin Janasek. Entry 105, Miss O.A. Jenny 092K3, shown by Olivia Adams. Entry 106, MG Lady May 915K, shown by Macy Merrick. Entry 108, BB Miss Master Plan 150K2, shown by Camille Burns. Entry 109, TCR Rita 302K1, shown by Chloe Weiss. Entry 110, JCF Miss Josie's Encore 193K, shown by Gracie Johnson. And entry 111, Origins, Miss Jewel, 46K, shown by Rodney Rhodes. Again, this is class 43. We have 8 entries in this class. Like to go ahead and introduce our judge today, Shelly Sanchez. She grew up in Sinton, Texas, showing all species of livestock, very active in both 4-H and FFA. From there, she attended Blinn College and Texas A&M, where she was on a national championship team there at Blinn College and was also recognized as an All-American. Throughout her judging career, she had numerous high point individual recognitions, including some at the National Western, San Antonio, and Tulsa. She graduated from Texas A&M as part of the 2013 class with a degree in animal science and minor in business. She then furthered her education by graduating with a master's of marketing with an emphasis on finance in 2014, also from Texas A&M. After college, she had the privilege of judging many county fairs, evaluating multiple species across the state. Now she resides in Kingsville, Texas, where her and her husband and her 2 kids, Sawyer and Sutton, run a small herd of American and crossbred cows. They are also the owners of Kingsville Veterinary Service, where she is the practice manager. Shelly, thanks for coming down and evaluating our livestock today.
Hi. Thanks for having me out this morning to judge you guys' Springish show today. It's exciting to see good American cattle. Growing up in South Texas, we get to see lots of Americans, so to be able to sort this type of quality at this show today is a pretty exciting whenever you come in here and you see the first class as you come out here. And these three that are in the top end of this class are really good. I think that there's some differences amongst the three of them, but I think that all are really high quality cattle. I think that they all have really good pieces to them and things that you really like, and see it in the calf class today. And the first class we're starting with just tells what kind of depth we're going to have throughout the day. So that's to be commended on all the exhibitors that are showing and the quality of livestock they're bringing. The calf that I'm going to use to start this class today, she's really intriguing in the way she's put together. She's neat up through her front end. She's really attractive through her front end. Still got lots of femininity there. She's really bold in terms of her rib shape. Still gets out and moves with lots of integrity to her skeleton. She's got lots of loveliness in terms of her lines. She profiles nice whenever you get her out here and you get her stuck. The young lady at the start of the class is going to go ahead and start the class today. Really maternal female that's super functional, big-bodied, and good in terms of her rib shape, really smooth in her overall profile. I think the next two have some trade-offs in terms of what you like and what you could trade off in terms of where you place your emphasis. For me today, the young man is going to be in the second hole today, one that I think is more complete in the way that this calf's put together. I think that she levels up better from the side. I think that she's got more right through her forerib and keeps that back into her flank. Definitely level out of her hip. She's really attractive up through her front end and gets out and moves with lots of functionality to her skeleton. A really nice heifer there. The young lady that's going to be third, I really liked this heifer when she brought her in. She's extremely bold in terms of her rib shape. One that you really like in terms of her foot and bone size, that I would give that to her over the calf that's going to be in second. One that I'd like to see her balance up just a tad bit better from the side. to contend with the two ahead of her. She wants to run downhill just a bit and get to take shorter up front, but one that you really like, the boldness to her rib, the depth of her body, her stoutness out of her hip. She's definitely wide whenever she leaves you from behind, and she's structurally correct, but one that just doesn't balance up as well as the two that are going to be ahead of her today, but a really nice heifer that's going to be in third.
Results from class number 43 and also your junior heifer champion. Placing first in your division winner goes to entry number 103, TCR Clara 1252 K2, shown by Sarah Altman. Placing second in your reserve division winner goes to entry 104, Smart Miss Sally 804K, shown by Devin Yanasek. Placing third, entry 110, JCF Miss Josie's Encore 193K, shown by Gracie Johnson. Placing fourth, entry 111, Origins Miss Jewel 46K, shown by Rodney Rhodes. Placing entry 105, TCR Arena 302K1, shown by Chloe Whites. Placing sixth, entry 105, Miss OA Jenny 092K3, shown by Olivia Adams. Placing seventh, entry 106, MG Lady May 1915K, shown by Macy Merrick. Eighth, entry 108, BB Master Plan 150K2, shown by Camille Burns. Now entering the ring, class number 45. These are late fall heifer calves born November 1st through December 31st, 2021. Entry 115, PCC Camilla 535J1, shown by Kaylee Crittenden. Entry 116, Miss Harper 767G3, shown by Aubrey Metter. Entry 117, ACC Josie 674J16, shown by Catherine Allen. Entry 118, TCR Jody Diane 56J, shown by Chloe Weiss. Entry 119, ACC Reese's 649J8, shown by Clevie Allen. Entry 121, ACC Jolene 674J14, shown by Clevie Allen. And entry 122, Ferris Miss Niner 916J, shown by Aubrey Metter. Again, this is class number 45, late fall heifer calves. We have 7 entries in this class. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank some gracious donors that have allowed us to have free digital download images here from the show today. Thanks to Twisted S, Triple Crown Ranch, and Vila Ranch, you'll be able to download the pictures from the show here at our Texas State Show at lindsayhanowichphotography.com at no charge. So thanks again to our donors for making that happen for us today. That's really great. We appreciate it.
Okay, so we bring our next class in a really good set that's got lots of quality and depth all the way throughout the 7 that are in here. A really impressive one that's going to start this class for me is going to be the young lady right here in the 3rd hole. She's going to start the class. I really like this heifer. For me, she's the combination. She's got lots of extension and femininity up through her front end, one that gets out and goes with plenty of integrity in terms of her depth of heeling. When she gets out, she's big-footed, big bone, gets out and goes, stays level in her design. One that you appreciate her rib shape and the depth of body that she carries back into her flank, and she still comes stat out of her hip and leaves you square and wide from hock to ground. A really nice female that's going to start this class. From here, I think there are some trade-offs in the next 2. The young lady that's going to be in the 2nd hole is going to be second today for me. One that I really like this heifer in terms of her cow ability and the ability that she's got to get out and go. She's a sound structured heifer that's really extended up front. One that I'd like to see her more laid back in the angle of her shoulder to contend with the heifer that's going to win the class today, but one that when she gets her out and gets her moving is really moves with enough integrity for me, and one that's got plenty of dimension through her center body. You really appreciate that heifer's mass and throughout her top and from behind whenever you step in behind that one too. The young lady that's going to be 3rd, I really liked this heifer when she brought her in. One that really balances well. She's eye appealing from the side. She stays level on her lines. One that's big-footed and has some stoutness to her structure. One that I'd like to see a tick bolder right behind her forerib and throughout the rest of her rib shape. One that I'd like to see just a tick deeper back into her flank to contend with the heifers that are going to be ahead of her today, but a really nice female that's going to be in 3rd.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 45. Placing first, entry 14, shown by Chloe. Placing second, entry 117, shown by Catherine Allen. Placing third, entry 116, shown by Aubrey Metter. Placing fourth, entry 122, shown by Aubrey Metter. Placing fifth, entry 115, shown by Kaylee Crittenden. Placing sixth, entry 119, shown by Clevie Allen. Placing seventh, entry 121, shown by Clevie Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you following along in our show program, we want to point out that we did split class 46. So we'll have half the entries in 46, and then the following class will be 46A. Now entering the ring is 46, and we've got 8 entries in this class of early fall heifer calves born October 1st through October 31st. Entry 114, TCR Rena 302J14, shown by Bram Christensen. Entry 124, 468J, HCC Miss Dolly's Girl 468J, shown by Kennedy Gordon. Entry 125, TCR Bonnie 302J12, shown by Caden Pickett. Entry 126, ACC Jungle Cat 674J12, shown by Catherine Allen. Entry 127, Rafter L. Maddie Joe 157J2, shown by Maddox Hartman. Entry 128, TCR Penny 313J7, shown by Sadie Roach. Entry 129, JCF Miss Jordan, shown by Macy Merrick. And entry 130, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 80J, shown by Shaylee Metter. Again, these are early fall heifer calves born October 1st through October 31st.
Okay, as we bring our next class of heifers in, a really good set again. These top three have lots of trade-offs in my opinion, and there's lots of things that you can go different ways on depending on where you place your most emphasis on. There's one out here that just keeps surfacing to the top, one that's definitely the boldest in terms of her rib shape, one that's the biggest through her center body, no doubt in the entire class, one that you like the way that she blends back out of a smooth shoulder into a really bold full rib, and she maintains that all the way back into a really deep flank. Is she the biggest footed and the biggest boned? No, she's probably not. That's going to go to either of the heifers that are going to go in behind her today, but one that I do like, her body shape. I like the way she gets out and moves. She leaves genuine from behind, from hawk to ground, and one that you appreciate up through her front end, her femininity, and her body shape. The young man in the third spot here is going to be first in class. The young man that's in the first hole is going to be second today. One that I really liked this heifer when he walked in. One that's really structurally sound when she gets out and moves. One that's super functional. One that's appropriate in the way that she blends through her shoulder, back to her full rib, and back into her flank. One that you like the way that she leaves you. She's got plenty of soundness of structure. One that's really big-footed and lots of integrity to her skeleton. You really like this heifer when you get her in motion, and when he stops her, she balances up really well from the side. Just doesn't have quite as much shape to her rib as the heifer that's going to start the class. Not quite as stout out of her hip, but a really nice female that's going to be in second. The one that's going to come in third really hit me hard when she walked in the class. She's super powerful, one that you really appreciate her stoutness out of her hip. You like the shape to her rib. One that I'd like to see a bit more laid back in the angle of her shoulder and have a bit more appropriate levelness out of her hip. Whenever he gets her out and gets her stuck, one that you'd like to see her just level up just a tad bit better through her top line, but a really nice female that's got lots of power that's going to be in third.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 46, placing first, entry 127, Rafterell Matty Joe 157 J2, shown by Maddox Hartman. Placing second, entry 125, TCR Bonnie 302 J12, shown by Caden Pickett. Placing third, entry 114, shown by Bram Christensen. Placing fourth, entry 126, ACC Jungle Cat 674 J12, shown by Catherine Allen. Placing fifth, entry 129, JCF Miss Jordan, shown by Macy Merrick. Placing sixth, entry 124, HCC Miss Dolly's Girls 468J, shown by Kennedy Gordon. Placing seventh, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 80J, entry number 130, shown by Shaylee Metter. Placing eighth, entry 128, shown by Sadie Roach. Now entering the ring, class 46A. These are early fall heifer calves born September 1st through September 30th, 2021. Entry 133, DA Miss Tootsie, shown by Mackenzie Seasongood. Entry 135, A2K Miss Avalon, shown by Ross Donahoe. Entry 138, RCC Miss Majestic 1252J, shown by Tyler Kasner. Entry 139, Skyhawks Miss River 535J, shown by Grant Gorey. Entry 140, WRC Miss Dorothy 915J59, shown by Madison Hanson. Entry 141, P Miss Chow Bella 915J11, shown by Lena Titter. Entry 142, PP Miss Vonsell 915J11, shown by Lana Titter. Entry 143, WRC Miss Ellie 406J, shown by Megan Hansen. Entry 144, WRC Miss Rose 820J34, shown by Rachel Matoka. And entry 145, WRC Miss Camille 99J7, shown by Megan Hansen.
Really nice heifer that's going to start this class for me. The young man that's in the leadoff hole is going to go ahead and start the class. This is a really good combination female, in my opinion. She's correct in terms of her skeleton and the way she gets out and goes. One that's really level in terms of her top line. One that's impressive in the way that she combines the neatness up through her shoulder with her forerib and back into her flank. One that you like, the way that her body shape is developed. She still carries plenty of power down her top and squareness out of her hip, and she leaves you the truest and most genuine from behind of the class that we're going to go ahead and look at today. But a really neat combination female. The young man does an excellent job of getting her stuck today. Really nice female that's going to go ahead and start this class. I think there's a few trade-offs that you can go with on this next pair. The young lady in the third hole is going to be second today. I really liked this heifer when she brought her in. One that you appreciate her foot and bone size. One that you like the way that this heifer carries plenty of power throughout. One that's really bold in terms of her rib shape. Doesn't blend together quite as well as the heifer that's going to go ahead and start the class, but one that's a really good cow prospect, one that you like her rib shape and like her balance. The young man that's going to be third, I really like this female up through her front end. She's probably the most feminine of the pair that we're going to sort in second and third. You appreciate that about her. She's extended up front. One that has some issues whenever you get into her skeleton when you set her in motion. She's a tick straighter up front. One that gets just a bit harsher right there through her forerib of the top three. One that gets a bit frailer in terms of her makeup. And I'd change those things about her to move her up in class today with the two that are going to be above her. But a really feminine heifer that's got plenty of levelness to her lines is going to come in third.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 46A. Placing first, entry 138, shown by Tyler Kasner. Placing second, entry 142, shown by Lana Titter. Placing third, entry 139, shown by Grant Gorey. Placing fourth, entry 135, A2K Miss Avalon, shown by Ross Donahoe. Placing fifth, entry 141, shown by Lana Titter. Placing sixth, entry 144, shown by Rachel Matoka. Placing seventh, entry 143, shown by Megan Hansen. Placing eighth, entry 133, shown by Mackenzie Seasongood. Placing ninth, entry 140, shown by Madison Hansen. Placing 10th, entry 145, shown by Megan Hansen. Now entering the ring is our Senior Heifer Calf Division Drive. From Class 45, entry 118, TCR Jody Diane 56J, shown by Chloe Weiss. From Class 46, entry 127, Rafter L Matty Joe 157 J2, shown by Maddox Hartman. And from Class 46A, entry 138, RCC Miss Majestic 1252J, shown by Tyler Kasner. Our second place entries will also be in the ring. From class number 45, entry 117, ACC Josie 674 J16, shown by Catherine Allen. From class 46, your second place entry in this division drive is entry 125, TCR Bonnie 302J12, shown by Caden Pickett. And from Class 46A, your second place entry in this division drive is entry 142, shown by Lena Titter.
As we bring all these back out here for the division drive, a really neat set of heifers throughout both the front and the back side of everything. I hope that you see some patterns as far as what we put together out here today or what I'm putting together in terms of your top end of the classes. Obviously, structural integrity is going to be imperative along with rib shape, and you still want them to be genuine in terms of their skeleton when they leave you from behind, and make sure that they're definitely got some base width and some natural substance to them. So those are all important to me, and I hope that you kind of see that pattern throughout the day. As we bring this set out here, the first places, there's two out here I think that fit together really nicely. I think there's a slight difference in them. One maybe a tad bit more feminine, more refined up through their front end. The others maybe a stouter, a little more rugged heifer in terms of the way that her structure is put together. She's definitely bigger footed and stouter constructed. One that's more genuine when she leaves me, and you study her up through her front end, and you appreciate that about her. The young man out of the third class is going to be your champion, and the young lady out of your first is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to our division winner in the senior heifer calf division. That goes to entry number 138, RCC Miss Majestic 1252J, shown by Tyler Kasner. Reserve in this division goes to entry 118, TCR Jody Diane 56J, shown by Chloe Weiss. Let's give these exhibitors in this division a round of applause. $118 and $138, is that right? Now entering the ring, a single entry in class number 47 of red late fall heifer calves born November 1st through December 31st. Entry 146, Dos Equis Dynamite Stall, shown by Garrett Stutz. This will also be your senior heifer calf champion.
As we bring this single entry in, definitely doesn't lack in quality, even though he's the only one in the class today. A really nice female that this young man's presenting, one that you appreciate her stoutness. She's definitely powerful, one that's got some rib shape to her, one that gets out and moves with enough structural integrity in terms of her accurately filling her track. You appreciate that about her. A really nice female that this young man's presenting today, and we'll see her come back out with a drive today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 47 and your senior heifer calf champion is entry 146, Dos Equis Dynamite Stall, shown by Garrett Stutz. Next, we'll move right into our summer yearling division with class number 49. These heifers are born July 1st through August 31st, 2021. Entry 148, JCF Miss Full Control 924, J2, shown by Jenna Jennings. Entry 150, WFP Miss Amelia C. Cut 2140J, shown by Whit Parkey. Entry 151, Miss BH Darla 334J1, shown by Presley Robertson. Entry 152, DA Miss Biddy, shown by Destiny Williams. Entry 154, JCF Miss Heartbreaker 924J3, shown by Claire Gill. And entry 155, IRP Jasmine Rush is a scratch in this class. We have 5 entries in this class.
bring our next class of females in. A really nice one that's going to start this class. I think she rises to the top pretty easily in terms of just being the combination female. One that balances up really well from the side. When this young lady gets her out and gets her stuck, she does a really good job of getting her set up correctly and getting her to where she levels out really nicely. And one that gets out and goes with plenty of integrity. You appreciate this calf's rib shape in this class. One that's definitely the boldest through her forerib, and she is the deepest back into her flank. And she leaves me the most accurate from hawk to ground whenever you step in behind her. Also, that's a really nice heifer that's going to go ahead and start this class, and the young lady up here. The young lady that's going to be second is actually in the second hole, a really nice, powerful heifer, one that you appreciate her center body and the shape that she's got to the center portion of her rib. You appreciate the fact that she's got some power and muscle down her top. One that gets a tick straighter and rougher through her shoulder up front. One that I'd like to see a tad bit bolder there and work back with more depth into her flank. And I'd like to see her cleaned up through her front end just a tad bit to contend with the class winner today, but a nice heifer that's going to come in second. The young lady that's going to come in next, one that you like the length of body of this female, you like her center rib, one that you like her structure, and when she comes and goes, she's definitely a wide-based female, one that I'd like to see bolder right through her forerib and definitely have some more depth back into her flank, and I'd like to see her leveled up just a tick more through her hip to contend with the two that are ahead of her, but a nice female that's definitely long-bodied and wide-based is going to come in third.
Results from class number 49. Placing first, entry 148. JCF Miss Full Control 924 J2, shown by Jenna Jennings. Placing second, entry 152. DA Miss Biddy, shown by Destiny Williams. Placing third, entry 154, shown by Claire Gill. Placing fourth, entry 150, shown by Whit Parkey. Placing fifth, entry 151, shown by Presley Robertson. Now entering the ring, class 50. These are early summer yearling heifers born May 1st through June 30th, 2021. Entry 156, WL Miss Kyra 30J, shown by Aaron Towns. Entry 157, Miss Godfather 924 J25, shown by Mackenzie Tiemann. Entry 159, Miss JLS Fancy Like 767 J8, shown by Nash Smith. Entry 160, PP Miss Me Amor 915 J9, shown by Emma Titter. Entry 161, LCC Petunia 215J, shown by Clayton Dennison. Entry 162, Miss BH Kiwi 302J, shown by Brianna Hicks. Entry 163, KL Miss, shown by Heather King. Entry 164, WFP Miss Shania 2132J, shown by Isabel Parkey. Entry 165, SB Miss Crosscut, shown by Eris Basie. And entry 168, GBB Miss Ringo 2J4, shown by Kevin Sandoval.
We're As we bring in our next class, a really high quality set of females in this group the entire way down the class. A really good set of females, a good set of kids on stick. They all did a really good job in terms of that. I think these top three all have some differences about them. I think that there's some things that you can prioritize a little heavier than others. On some of the cattle that are in this top three, and the way that I'm going to sort them today, the young lady in the center spot is going to go ahead and start the class. This female to me is the best combination female, one that I like her from a profile. I like the way that she gets her out and gets her in motion. Is she perfect from behind? No, I'd like to square her up just a tick from hock to ground. She wants to take a step every once in a while that gets a little outside her corners and maybe bow a tad bit from behind. But a female that's definitely balanced from the side. She's feminine, she's big-bodied, she's deep back into her flank. She's the levelest of the top line in terms of the three that are out here right now, and that's where she's going to go ahead and win the top trio for me. A really nice female to start the class. The young man in the first hole is going to be second today. I really like this female in terms of being a cow, one that's big-footed, big-structured, one that when you get her out and set her in motion, she's the most structurally correct in my opinion. She actually accurately fills her track, one that leaves as genuine as she comes at you and really is bold in terms of her rib shape. I'd like to see her a tad bit bolder right there through her forerib, and one that I'd like to see leveled up just a bit out of her hip to contend with the class winner today, but a really, really nice heifer that's going to be in second. The young man that comes in third, one that I liked this female when he walked her in the gate, one that's really square out of her hip, one that's got lots of power from behind and is definitely wide in terms of her base, one that needs to be stronger right there behind her shoulder to me, one that gets a tad bit straighter through her shoulder and gets a bit tighter through her forerib for the top trio today, but one that you really like, the stoutness and squareness out of her hip, and she's going to round out that trio today. It was really competitive top three.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 50. Placing first, entry 160, shown by Emma Titter. Placing second, entry 156, shown by Erin Towns. Placing third, entry 162, shown by Brianna Hicks. Placing fourth, entry 165, shown by Eris Facey. Entry 157 places fifth, shown by Mackenzie Tiemann. Placing sixth, entry 164, shown by Isabel Parkey. Placing seventh, entry 161, shown by Clayton Dennison. Placing eighth, entry 159, shown by Nash Smith. Placing ninth, entry 168, shown by Kevin Sandoval. Placing 10th, entry 163, shown by Heather King. Now entering the ring is our division drive for the Summer Yearling Division. We have two classes represented in this division. From Class 49, Entry 148, JCF Miss Full Control 924 J2, shown by Jenna Jennings. From Class 50, Entry 160, shown by Emma Titter. The second place entries represented in these classes from Class 49, Entry 152, DA Miss Biddy, shown by Destiny Williams. Entry 156 is our second place winner from Class 50, WL Miss Kyra 30J, shown by Erin Towns.
As we bring all our calves back in for our division, a really good group again that's had lots of quality in this division. The young lady that I'm going to use to go ahead and be your division champion is going to be out of your second class. I thought that one was really nice in class. That's an elite female that I think blends together lots of good things in terms of her look, functionality, and maternal feature. That's a really nice heifer. We're going to go ahead and bring the second up out of that class. As we bring the second out of that class up, I'm going to think a really good female. I think that was a really difficult class in terms of the quality that was all the way throughout. That young man out of that class is the one that patterns the division champion for me. We're going to go ahead and use her as reserve.
Your summer yearling champion female goes to entry 160, PP Miss Miamore 915 J9, shown by Emma Titter. Your reserve in this division goes to entry 156, WL Miss Syra 30J, shown by Erin Towns. We have a single entry in Class 51 that we'll bring back for division. We're going to move right to Class number 52. These are early summer yearling heifers born May 1st through June 30th, 2021. We have 5 entries in this class. Entry 171, Vila's Miss Bossy 59 J10, shown by April Villarreal. Entry 172, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss Me, shown by Garrett Stutz. Entry 173, Dos Equis Primes Miss Wheezy, shown by Marcella Garza. Entry 174, Tahoe Miss Fuego 10J2, shown by Taus Durham. And entry 175, KETS Miss Stella 800J, shown by Truett Marks.
as we bring in our next class, two that rise to the top pretty easily in my mind in this class. These two definitely sort themselves up when you set them in motion. They're both deep-heeled, sound-structured females, and that's what's going to separate these two from the three behind me that all want to get a tick tighter and more restricted in their movement and steady a bit straighter in their angles. There's some structural issues that are going to be in the three that are back here. But the top two, I think, are both good in terms of their structure. From there, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man that's in the first hole to go ahead and win the class. One that's tremendous in terms of her rib shape. She's really smooth through her shoulder. One that's big-footed, stout constructed, definitely has lots of shape through her rib. One that's deep back into her flank, and she levels up a tad bit better than the heifer that's going to come in second when you set her on profile. And one that you appreciate from behind as you step in behind this female. She's square and stouter out of her hip and leaves me with more width from hock to ground. A really nice female that's going to start the class. The young man's heifer that comes in next, one that I really like this heifer. She's sound structured, she's big-footed, she's deep-heeled, one that definitely levels up from the side. I wish to be just a tick bolder through her forerib and stronger right there behind her shoulder. One that I'd like to see leave me with more genuine width from behind in relation to our class winner, but a really good female that's going to come in second also.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 52. Placing first, entry 172, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss Me, shown by Garrett Stutz. Placing second, entry 175, KTS Miss Stella 800J, shown by Truett Marks. Placing third, entry 171, Vila's Miss Bossy 59J10, shown by April Villarreal. Placing fourth, entry 174, Tahoe's Miss Fuego 10J2, shown by Taos Durham. Placing fifth, entry 173, Dos Equis Prime's Miss Wheezy, shown by Marcela Garza. Now entering the ring is our Red Summer Yearling Division Championship Drive. We have a single entry from class number 51. Entry 169, GRC Miss Jules 1358 over J, shown by Marcela Garza. From class 52, your class winner representing that class is entry 172, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss Me, shown by Garrett Stutz. Our second place entry from class 52, also in the ring, is entry 175, KTS Miss Stella 800J, shown by Truett Marks.
To bring our division in, we had a single entry out of the first class, so I'll go ahead and talk her, since I didn't get to talk her in class. One that you really like, this Heifer's extension. You like her when she gets her out and gets her stuck. She's definitely leveled down her top. She's got some dimension through her center skeleton, one that you appreciate that. If I had to change her, I'd like to see her a tad bit bolder through her forerib and maybe a tick deeper back into her flank. But that's a really nice female that's definitely extended and got some levelness to her top line, and she gets out and goes with a pretty sound structure. Whenever you analyze her on the move, that's a nice heifer out of that class. For this division, I think that there's two that pair up really nicely. I think they're both really maternal in their feature. One that's definitely big bodied, big through their center skeleton. Two that are definitely stout constructed, big footed, and square ended. You appreciate that about him. The young man out of the second class is going to go ahead and be your division champion, and the young man that was second behind him is going to be reserve.
And your red summer yearling champion goes to entry number 172, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss Me, shown by Garrett Stutz. Reserve in this division goes to entry 175, KTS Miss Stella 800J, shown by Truett Marks. With that, we'll move into our yearling division, starting with class number 53. For those of you following along in the program, we have class 53 split. So we'll go through 176 through 186 in this first class, and then 187 through 198 in the second half. Now entering the ring is class 53 late yearling heifers born April 1st through April 30th, 2021. Entry 176, Skyhawks Miss Prez 302J3, shown by Grant Gorey. Entry 177, Origins Miss Abigail 302J, shown by Roxton Stone. Entry 179, Miss MS Shoddy 820J4, shown by Jaylee Holmes. Entry 180, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 87J, shown by Tack Ferris. Entry 181, MC Bliss 244J, shown by Rodney Rhodes. Entry 182, 6B Loretta, shown by Eris Basie. Entry 183, BB Miss Savannah 150J2, shown by Camille Burns. Entry 184, KK Miss Resilience 924J4, shown by Kaylee Hine. Entry 185, SB Miss Crosscut 804J5, shown by Ainsley Heffron. And entry 186, SB Miss Crosscut 804J4, shown by Kinsley Rhodes. Again, this is class 53 late yearling heifers.
As we bring in our next class of females, a really elite set. There's one in here for me that's going to go ahead and lay the class off. I think one that's problem-free in terms of what she brings forth today. One that's definitely the most attractive from the side and balances up the best with lots of eye appeal whenever you get her out and get her set on the profile. And she maintains that when you step her into motion throughout the ring. One that leaves with the most genuine and integrity in terms of her skeleton and being square in her overall build. The young man in the center of the class is going to go ahead and start for me today with a female that I really like. The way that she combines her rib shape, depth of body, along with her profile, and she still maintains her structural soundness throughout the ring. The young man in the first hole is going to be second today. I really like this heifer. When you walked in with her, she's feminine up front. She's bold in terms of her rib shape. She's definitely got lots of depth back into her flank. She gets out and goes with no problems. One that gets a tick tighter through her forearm in relation to the heifer that's going to win today, and one that wants to give up just a tad bit right behind her shoulder in relation to the heifer today. But one that I really like, your female young man. You do an excellent job of getting her shown. She's a really nice heifer. The young lady's heifer that's going to come in third. One that I liked this female the second she stepped in the ring. She's big-footed. She's stout constructed. One that's really wide in her overall build and definitely got some squareness and stoutness out of her hip and boldness to her rib shape. One that for me isn't quite as correct in terms of her skeleton when you set her in motion. She's a tad bit straighter up front, which has caused her to be a little bit tighter right there through her forerib when you study her from the side or when you get to either end of her. But a female that's really bold in terms of her rib shape, got lots of depth of body, and definitely has some squareness and stoutness out of her hip. A nice heifer to round out that third place hole.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 53. Placing first, entry 177, Origins Miss Abigail 302J, shown by Roxton Stone. Placing second, entry 176, Skyhawks Miss Prez 302J3, shown by Grant Gorey. Placing third, entry 182, shown by Eris Basie. Placing fourth, entry 184, shown by Kaylee High. Placing fifth, entry 180, shown by Tack Ferris. Placing sixth, entry 186, shown by Kinsley Rhodes. Placing seventh, entry 183, shown by Camille Burns. Placing eighth, entry 185, shown by Ainsley Heffron. Placing ninth, entry 179, shown by Jaylee Holmes. Placing 10th, entry 181, shown by Rodney Rhodes. Now entering the ring, class 53A. These are late yearling heifers born March 1st through March 31st, 2021. Entry 187, TH Miss BB Jethro, shown by Jen Minyard. Entry 189, KK Miss Patriot 210J, shown by Matthew Phillips. Entry 190, WC Miss Julia 839J, shown by Whit Parkey. Entry 22, MP Miss Ellie 767J, shown by Megan Perry. Entry 192, RCC Miss Hillen 193J2, shown by Ryan Rhodes. Entry 193, KK Miss Timeless 924J2, shown by Weston Hinsey. Entry 194, DA Miss Gigi, shown by Holly Seasongood. Entry 195, SB Miss Wizard 789J, shown by Samuel Belt. Entry 196, 2H Spotlight on Me 820J2, shown by Kaylee Crittenden. Entry 197, Miss Willow K Source 376W, shown by Shaylee Metter. And entry 198, CMR Miss Zoe 488J, shown by Kara McKee. Again, this is class 53A, late yearling heifers.
Bring our next set of females in, a really good set. These top four that I had worked out here for a little bit longer than the rest of the class, I think there's lots of trade-offs in them. I think there's a place where you can place your emphasis on and things that you can prioritize over others. The young lady at the start of the class right here is going to go ahead and start for me today. One that I really like, this heifer's rib shape. I like the maternal characteristics that she brings forth in terms of being balanced from the side. Is she the most eye-appealing heifer we've seen all day? No, not necessarily, but I think just as a good cow, she gets out and goes and accurately fills her track, one that's definitely correct in the way that her body shape is constructed. She's deep back into her flanks. She's wide in her overall base. One that you like the way that that heifer balances up when you get her out here in this specific lineup. A nice female that's going to go ahead and start the class. The next two, I think you have several things that you can trade off and work out differences in between. The young man's going to go ahead and be second for me today. I like this heifer's front end and the way it's put together. She blends a smoother shoulder back into a more appropriate fore rib for me. One that's not quite as deep back into her flank as the heifer that's going to come in third, but a really nice female that's level in her top line and one that's got good cow characteristics whenever you break down the nuts and bolts of that one. The young lady that's going to come in third, one that I love this heifer's depth of body. I like her rib shape. I like the way when she gets her out and gets her stuck, she's super soft at the ground, one that gets out and really fills her track. She's extended up front, one that I'd like to see just stretched out just a tad bit, one that I'd like to see boulder through her fore rib and level up right there behind her shoulder a tad bit better to contend with the two ahead of her, but a really nice female that's going to be in third.
Results from Class 53A. Placing first, entry number 22, MP Miss Ellie 767J, shown by Megan Perry. Placing second, entry 192, RCC Miss Hillen 193J2, shown by Ryan Rhodes. Placing third, entry 196, shown by Kaylee Crittenden. Placing fourth, entry 193, shown by Weston Hinsey. Placing fifth, entry 198, shown by Kara McKee. Placing sixth, entry 189, shown by Matthew Phillips. Placing seventh, entry 195, shown by Samuel Belt. Entry 197, places eighth, shown by Shaylee Metter. Placing ninth, entry 190, shown by Whit Parkey. Placing 10th, entry 187, shown by Jen Minard. Placing 11th, entry 194, shown by Holly Seasongood. Again, for those of you following along in the program, we have a split class here with class number 54. Entries 200 through 205 will be in the first class, and 54A will be entries 206 through 213. So the split is after 205. Now in the ring, we have entry 200, Smart Miss Savage 804J, shown by Carly Medding. Entry 201, WRC Miss John Adams 915J15, shown by Madison Hanson. Entry 202, Miss Mary A. Juno, shown by Addison Wilkerson. Entry 204, SB Miss Business Line 10J2, shown by Kinsley Rhodes. And entry 205, TB Miss Clara 889J, shown by Thomas Belt.
So we bring this next class of heifers in a really good set. The young lady that's in the first hole is going to go ahead and lead the class off. I think this is the best cow in the class, one that's definitely got all the characteristics that you're looking for. She's sound structured, and in this class, there's several that run into issues with their skeleton whenever you set them in motion. This young lady does a good job of getting her propped up once she gets her up. Stuck, she's definitely level out of her hips. She's bold through her forerib, and she works that back into a super deep flank. She's the balanced heifer in the class for me that combines that with structural integrity. The young lady that's going to come in next, one that I like her depth of body, and from the side, whenever she gets her stuck, she levels up nicely. One that has problems in terms of her structure off her rear tooth specifically. She's tighter and more restricted in her movement, gets a bit shorter striding in relation to our class winner today, and a bit tighter, flatter through her forerib in relation to our class winner, but a nice heifer that's extended and has some pieces that you really like to her in terms of her levelness of lines and her depth of body.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 54. Placing first entry 200, Smart Miss Savage 804J, shown by Carly Netting. Placing second entry 202, Miss Mary A. Juno, shown by Addison Wilkerson. Placing third entry 204, shown by Kinsley Rhodes. Placing fourth entry 201, shown by Madison Hanson. Placing fifth entry 205, shown by Thomas Belt. Now entering the ring, class 54A. Early yearling heifers born January 1st through January 31st, 2021. Entry 206, Thor Miss Carter 757J, shown by Reed Thorne. Entry 207, GKB Miss Killshot 329J8, shown by Monty Eskew. Entry 208, Miss Black Pearl, shown by Ryan Lissy. Entry 209, GKB Miss Tank 38J2, shown by Madeline Eskew. Entry 211, Bar M Jolene 193J1, shown by Weston Hensey. Entry 212, PP Miss Kaylee 915J1, shown by Lena Titter. And entry 213, TCR Tanaka 301J, shown by Callie Gordon.
As we bring in our next class of females, a really good set. The female that's going to go ahead and start this class off is a feminine heifer that I think is really impressive when you get to her from the side. One that's definitely level in her lines. She's smooth up front. She blends back into the boldest forerib and then transitions that back into a really deep flank. And when you set her in motion and get to either end of her, she's the most correct in the way that she sets her heels down and moves out the ring. The young man in the middle is going to go ahead and start the class for me today. That's the best balanced one in my mind in this lineup of this three. The young man that's going to come in the third hole is going to be second today. One that you like this female in terms of her power and squareness of hip. I'd like to see her move better through her hock and hind leg whenever she gets out and gets in motion. She wants to get a tad bit shorter striding and a bit tighter through her forerib than the heifer that's going to go ahead and start the class. But I like her base width and I like the squareness to her hip. I just wish she was a tick freer in terms of her movement on her rear too. The young man that's going to come in third, one that's the soundest structured of the pair of 2 and 3, one that you appreciate that. She's extended, she's level in her top line. He does an excellent job of getting this one shown. One that I wish had more to her everywhere. She's the narrowest base heifer of the top 3, and she gets the flattest in terms of her rib shape and the flattest to her pins of the top 3. But one that you do like the levelness to her lines, you like her soundness of structure and her depth of body to round out that top 3.
Thank you, Judge, for your comments. Results from Class 54A. Placing first, entry 207, GKB Miss Killshot 329J8, shown by Monty Eskew. Placing second, entry 211, Bar M Jolene 193J1, shown by Weston Hensey. Placing third, entry 206, shown by Reed Thorne. Placing fourth, entry 212, shown by Lena Titter. Placing fifth, entry 209, shown by Madeline Eskew. Placing sixth, entry 213, shown by Callie Gordon. Placing seventh, entry 208, shown by Ryan Lissy. Now entering the ring for our division drive from class number 53. Entry 177, Origins, Miss Abigail 302J. From class 53, entry 177, Origins, Miss Abigail 302J, shown by Roxton Stone. From class 53A, entry 22, MP Miss Ellie 767J, shown by Megan Perry. From class 54, entry 200, Smart Miss Savage 804J, shown by Carly Medding. And from class 54A, entry 207, GKB Miss Killshot 329J8, shown by Monty Eskew. Our second place entries are also in the ring. From class 53, entry 176, Skyhawks Miss Prez 302J3, shown by Grant Gorey. From class 53A, your second place entry is entry 192, RCC Miss Hillen 193J2, shown by Ryan Rhodes. From class 54, your second place entry, entry 202, Miss Marie Juno, shown by Addison Wilkerson. And from class 54A, your second place entry is entry 211, Bar M Jolene 193J1, shown by Weston Hensey. Also, folks, we want to make an announcement here in the show ring. The open show classes are posted now. The open show classes for tomorrow are posted on the wall over here in the barn by the office. Again, the open show classes have been posted if you want to check those out.
Okay, a really good lineup of females in both the first and second holes in this division. As the day goes on, the quality has gotten deeper since even this morning, and it started off really strong whenever we started off with the calf classes, but it's really fun to sort whenever the differences are as minute as they are and the cattle are as good as they are. So that makes it really fun whenever you get to be on this end of it as far as sorting them. There's two in here that I think pattern each other really well. I think they're both feminine. I think they're both attractive from the side. They have lots of eye appeal. Both of them get out and move and accurately fill their track. They're both build ribbed. One, I think, puts it together a little better for me in terms of her profile from the side. She's a tick more extended. She's a bit leveler out of her hip, and she maintains that when you set her in motion. The young man out of your first class is going to be your champion. The young man out of your fourth is going to be your reserve.
Congratulations to our yearling division champion. Goes to entry 177, Origins Miss Abigail 302J, shown by Roxton Stone. Reserve in this division goes to entry 207, GKB Miss Killshot 329J8, shown by Monty Eskew. Alrighty, folks, we're back with our red division of yearlings here, starting with class number 55. These are late yearling heifers born March 1st to April 30th, 2021. This is our largest red class of the day, starting with entry number 215, KTS Miss April 124J1, shown by Logan Woodruff. Entry 216, Dos Equis Dynamite's Ginger, shown by Garrett Stutz. Entry number 21, Trios Jasmine 2J, shown by Olivia Rexroth. Entry 217, Miss Broken A Karen 18J, shown by Kara McKee. Entry 218, Dos Equis Primes Miss Sassy, shown by Mason Woodruff. Entry 219, Dos Equis Primes Miss Holly, shown by Savannah Hansen. Entry 221, M&M 844 over J, shown by Paige Dupree. Entry 222, M&M 702 over J, shown by Taus Durham. And entry 223, TJM Miss Kyra 826J, shown by Truett Marks. Again, this is class 55, late yearling heifers.
To bring our next class of reds in, a good set of females. The young lady in the third hole is going to go ahead and start this class off. This is a really nice heifer. One that puts together lots of goods. She's really balanced. She's feminine. She's got lots of center body. One that you appreciate when you set this heifer in motion, specifically in this class. She's super sound structured. She's deep heeled. She gets out and goes with the most integrity and still balances up from the side and offers the best body shape to go with that. She's going to win this class pretty handily. The young man in the first hole is going to be second today. One that I really liked this female when he brought her in. One that sounds structured and big-footed. One that I wish balanced up a tick better from the side when he gets her set. She wants to get a tad bit weaker right there behind her shoulder and get a bit rounder out of her hip when you set her in motion. And just a tight bit tighter there through her full rib in relation to the heifer that's going to beat her today, but a really nice female that's big-footed and deep-heeled. The young lady that's going to come in third, one that I like the profile of this female. She's a tick stronger tops than the heifer that's going to be in second. One that needs to be deeper bodied today to compete with the two ahead of her and a tad bit bolder through her full rib. And I wish she was a tad bit looser through her rear too, whenever you get her out and set her in motion. But a nice, level, extended heifer that's going to come in third.
Thank you, Judge, for those comments. Results from class number 55. Placing first entry 221. M&M 844 over J, shown by Paige Dupree. Placing second, entry number 216, Dos Equis Dynamite's Ginger, shown by Garrett Stutz. Placing third, entry 219, shown by Savannah Hansen. Placing fourth, entry 218, shown by Mason Woodruff. Placing fifth, entry 223, shown by Truett Marks. Placing sixth, entry 222, shown by Taus Durham. Placing seventh, entry 215, shown by Logan Woodruff. Placing eighth, entry 21, shown by Olivia Rexworth. Placing ninth, entry 217, shown by Kara McKee. Now entering the ring, class number 56. These are late yearling heifers born March 1st through April 30th, 2021. Entry 224, M&M 40 over J, shown by Cole Corley. Entry 225, M&M 237 over J, shown by Marcella Garza. Entry 227, PWM Miss GVM Val 841J, shown by Rachel Matoka. Entry 228, KTS Miss Valentine 135J1, shown by Cheyenne Durham. Again, these are late yearling heifers, class number 56.
This next class of reds in a really good set again. The young man that's going to be in the second hole is going to go ahead and start the class for me today. One that I really liked this female when he brought her in. One that profiles extremely well relative to the rest of the class. She's super level in her line. She's extended. She's level out of her hip. She leaves me square from hawk to ground whenever you step in behind her. Would I clean her up through her chest floor just a tad bit? Yes. Could she be a tad bit deeper back into her flank? Yes. But she's the one that works her way to the top to me with the least amount of flaw today. The young man that's going to come in next, one that I really appreciate this heifer. She's super sound structured. She's super deep in terms of her body shape. You really like those things about her. She's not quite as neat from the side as the heifer that's going to beat her today, but one that you appreciate her forerib and her maternal shape back into her flank. You like all that about her, and you appreciate her structural integrity when you get her out and she maneuvers the room. A really nice heifer that's going to be in second.
Thank you, Judge. Results from class number 56. Placing first, entry 228, KTS Miss Valentine, 135J1, shown by Cheyenne Durham. Placing second, entry 224, M&M, 40 over J, shown by Cole Corley. Placing third, entry 225, shown by Marcella Garza. Placing fourth, entry 227, shown by Rachel Matoka. Now entering the ring is our red yearling division drive. From class 55, entry 221, M&M 844 over J, shown by Paige Dupree. From class 56, your class winner was entry 228, KTS Miss Valentine, 135J1, shown by Cheyenne Durham. We also have the second place from each of these classes in the ring. From class 55, entry 216, Dos Equis Dynamite's Ginger, shown by Garrett Stutz. From class 56, entry 224, M&M 40 over J, shown by Cole Corley. This is your red yearling division drive.
As we bring this division of reds back out for the division champion, I think there's one out here that puts together the best package in terms of having the least amount of flaws. She's really big-footed. She's deep-heeled. She's stout-constructed. Is she the most level in the class? No. When she gets her out and gets her stuck, she levels up really nicely from the side. But as you set her in motion, I'd like to change her hip whenever you put her in motion. But like I said, she still adds up the least amount of flaws whenever you get him out here and you start analyzing this set. She's really bold in terms of her body shape. She's balanced from the side. She's sound structured, and she puts together the most good for me today. Your champion's going to come out of your first class.
Congratulations to entry number 221, Eminem 844 over J, shown by Paige Dupree. She'll be your red yearling champion female in this division.
As we bring the second place up out of that class, one that follows the champion nicely as far as the way she's put together and the attributes that she brings forth. The heifer that I'm going to go ahead and use for reserve is one that I think levels up really nicely from the side. Like I said in class, I'd like to clean her up through her front end just a tad bit, maybe relax her in her skeleton just a bit more to contend with the one that's going to be our division champion today. But the young man out of your second class is going to go ahead and be your reserve.
Your reserve red yearling heifer goes to entry number 228, KTS Miss Valentine 135 J1, shown by Cheyenne Durham. Congratulations. Now entering the ring, class number 57, late junior heifers, born December 1st through December 31st, 2020. We have 3 entries in this class. Again, for those of you following along in the program, this is a split class. We'll have 3 entries in the first split, and then the entries will go from 28 through 242 in the second class. Now in the ring, entry number 229, WRC Miss Hank 52H, shown by Claire Gill. Entry 231, MP Miss Clutch 1019H, shown by Nash Smith. And entry 232, TX Miss Home Run 209 over H, shown by Tyler Taneka. Again, this is class number 57, late junior heifers.
this next class of females. The young lady that's in the first hole is going to go ahead and start the class for me. A female that's definitely good whenever she gets her stuck from the side. Really attractive and feminine and extended up through her front end. One that gets out and goes really deep at her heel. One that accurately fills her track. And as you step to either end of this female, she's the most genuine in her build and the way that she moves off both ends of her skeleton. She combines that with still being bold through her forerib and having lots of depth back into her flank. A nice heifer that's going to start the class. The young man that's at the back of the class here is going to go ahead and be second today. One that I like the extension that this heifer offers. I like the depth of body that this female has. She wants to get out and get a bit rigid on her left rear every other step or so whenever you set her in motion, and she gets a bit tighter and straighter through her hock when you study her as you set her in motion. But a really deep-bodied, extended female that's going to be second. The young man that's coming out in third, one that you like this heifer when it gets her stuck. She's dead level down her top line. One that I'd like to see go with more integrity up both ends of her skeleton and be able to move out a little freer, specifically off her rear too. But a nice heifer that's going to round out the class.
Thank you, Judge, for your comments. Results from class number 57. Placing first, entry 229, WRC Miss Hank 5H2, shown by Claire Gill. Placing second, entry 232, TX Miss Home Run 209 over H, shown by Tyler Taneka. Placing third, entry 231, MP Miss Clutch 1019H, shown by Nash Smith. Now entering the ring is our second half of class 57. This is class 57A, late junior heifers born November 1st through November 30th, 2020. Entry number 28, Miss Diamond Bar M, 1118H, shown by Ryan McCall. Entry 233, DA Angel, shown by Wade King. Entry 234, WRC Miss Prime 767H12, shown by Aubrey Metter. Entry 235, CB Miss Trail Boss 468H68, shown by Reed Thorne. Entry 237, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H, shown by Caleb Horner. Entry 238, WRC Miss Spoiler 190H, shown by Megan Hansen. Entry 239, WRC Miss Clutch 101H7, shown by Claire Gill. Entry 240, Vila's Miss Business Girl 74H5, shown by April Villarreal. Entry 241, SB Maria Laveau 79H, shown by Kaylee Warren. And entry 242, TCR Rona 1252H3, shown by Madeline Glaze. Again, this is class 57A, late junior heifers. For those of you ringside who did purchase a meal plan, we have those box lunches available over in the hospitality room just across the breezeway here for you to go pick up. Again, if you have purchased the meal plan and you're here ringside, we have those box lunches available just across the breezeway in our hospitality room. So please make your way over there and grab some lunch.
A tough trio of heifers that comes in the top of this class. I think there's several things that which each of these females bring forth that are really impressive. I think that there's some really neat things about each one of them. I think that there's some things that I would change about each one of them, and that's probably why this trio gets as competitive as it gets. The two females on each end of the class, for me, they get a tick straighter and more upright in their shoulder. Don't really blend as well right there behind their forearm. They're both really nice heifers that are powerful. They're super wide base. They've got lots of spring to the center portion of their rib cage and through their center body. Not quite as deep back into their flank as the female is going to stand in the center of them, but both of those females possess a lot of traits that you appreciate and things that you really like in terms of their width and their power and the things they bring forth there. The young man that's going to be in the middle of the class, that heifer is really good in terms of her movement. You set this heifer in motion. She's the deepest heeled. She's sound structured. She's really smooth in the way that she blends her shoulder back into her forerib and maintains that all the way back into her flank. And you appreciate those things about her. If I could change her, I'd think you just a tad bit stronger right there behind her shoulder. Maybe extend her out just a bit in relation to the two on either end of her. But that's just talking the cattle in terms of what I saw and the differences and things that they brought forth that I really liked. The young man in the third hole is going to go ahead and start the class for me today. I think that heifer puts together the most good in terms of everything that she brings forth today. The young man in the second hole is going to stay in second for me with a heifer that's really good in terms of her cow ability and the way that she moves out and really is the soundest structured female in class. And you appreciate that about her. The young lady is going to be third today. Like I said, that one brings forth lots of power, lots of width. You appreciate her levelness to her lines. One that I'd like to see just a bit more laid back in the angle of her shoulder and get out and reach a bit more accurately up front and see her take deeper back into her flank. But a really nice female. These top trio are really good in this class.
Thank you, Judge, for your comments. Results from Class 57A. Placing first, entry 237, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H, shown by Caleb Horner. Placing second, entry number 235, CB Miss Trail Boss 468, H68, shown by Reed Thorne. Placing third, entry 234, shown by Aubrey Metter. Placing fourth, entry 241, shown by Kaylee Warren. Placing fifth, entry 242, shown by Madeline Glaze. Placing sixth, entry 233, Wade King. Placing seventh, entry number 238, shown by Megan Hansen. Placing eighth, entry 240, shown by April Villarreal. Placing ninth, entry 239, shown by Claire Gill. Placing 10th, entry number 28, shown by Ryan McCall. Now entering the ring, class number 58. These are early junior heifers born September 1st through October 31st, 2022. Entry number 243, DA Miss Jolene, shown by Bailey Seasongood. Entry 244, LR Miss Pretty Cool 859H9, shown by Caden Widden. Entry 246, Skyhawks Miss Presidente 392H3, shown by Sydney Morrell. Entry 247, Ferris Miss Tanked Up 07H, shown by Claire Horner. Entry 248, ACC Honey Boo Boo 674H11, shown by Catherine Allen. Entry 249, LR Miss Streetwise 1234H2, shown by Jordan Baldridge. Entry 250, Rafterell JLo 157H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. And entry 251, RMC Miss JC 88G, shown by Presley Robertson. Again, this is class 58 early junior heifers.
Really good class of females that you bring in today. A good class. There's one in here that stood out from the second she stepped foot in the gate. This one's elite, in my opinion. One that's extremely good, not only for the breed, but one that would stand out no matter what breed you were exhibiting her in. I think that she's created really uniquely in the way that she blends her pieces together. Extremely feminine and extended up through her front end. Perfect in terms of the way that she travels the ring. She's comfortable at the ground. She moves well. She's stout constructed. She's smooth through her shoulder. Anything that you really wanted to peg on this one, I think that you could probably elaborate on in depth in terms of the way that this one puts things together. She's unique in the way that she's created. The young man in the third hole is going to go ahead and lead this class off today. From there, I think it gets a little more challenging between your second and third. The young man in the middle is going to go ahead and be second today. I really like this heifer and how smooth she is. She's eye-appealing from the side. She's extended from there. She's level in her top line and got a good shape to her center skeleton. One that you appreciate all those things for, and she sounds structured. She's not quite as massive in terms of her hip shape and the way that she puts together her rib back into the backside of her flank as the one that's going to beat her today, but a really nice, complete heifer that's going to go ahead and be second. The young lady that's going to come in third, one that I like the extension that this female brings forth. I like the boldness to her rib shape and depth back into her flank. I wish she was a tick stronger right there through her top line. When you set this female in motion, she's a tick frailer constructed, and I wish she was a bit freer off her rear too, specifically from hock to ground. She wants to get a bit rigid on her pasterns at times whenever she travels the ring, but a really extended, nice heifer that's going to come in third.
Thank you, Judge, for those comments. Results from class number 58. Placing first, entry 250, Rafterell JLo 157 H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. Placing second, entry 249, LR Miss Streetwise 1234 H2, shown by Jordan Baldridge. Placing third, entry 247, shown by Claire Horner. Placing fourth, entry 246, shown by Sydney Morrell. Placing fifth, entry 243, shown by Bailey Seasongood. Placing sixth, entry 248, ACC Honey Boo Boo 674 H11, shown by Catherine Allen. Placing seventh, entry 244, shown by Cade Whidden. Placing eighth, entry 251, shown by Presley Robertson. Now entering the ring is our Junior Champion Division Drive. From Class 57, entry 229, WRC Miss Hank 5H2, shown by Claire Gill. From Class 57A, entry 237, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H, shown by Caleb Horner. And from Class 58, entry 250, Rafterell JLo 157 H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. We'll also bring in our second place from each class. From class number 57, entry 232, TX Miss Home Run 209 over H, shown by Tyler Tanaka. From class 57A, entry 235, CB Miss Trail Boss 468 H68, shown by Reed Thorne. And from class 58, entry 249, LR Miss Streetwise 1234 H2, shown by Jordan Baldridge. This is your Junior Champion Division Drive.
So we bring these calves back out here for the division drive. A really good set of females throughout in the first row and the second row out here in some competitive classes that we just went through. So there's a female out here that I talked to her in class and probably talked to her in class where most of you guys would probably gather that I'm probably going to like her pretty well in the division. And for me, this one puts lots of good together. I really like this female a lot. The way that her hip and hind leg is constructed is extremely unique, along with several other pieces that she brings forth. The young man out of your third class is going to go ahead and be your division champion today.
Your junior division winner goes to entry number 250, Raphael JLo 157H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. Congratulations.
We bring the second place female up out of that class. She fits right into the lineup of these other two that are in this lineup of first places. A nice female that came out of that class. The one that I'm going to go ahead and use for reserve is one that I think does the next best at blending everything together. She's eye appealing from the side. She's stout structured. She's big footed. She gets out and goes with enough accuracy whenever she's filling her track. One that you like her top line. You like the way that she leaves you and comes to you in terms of her base width and the substance that she's got in terms of her skeletal width and just the way that she's put together through her center body. The young man out of your second class is going to be your reserve.
In your reserve division comes out of class 57A, entry 237, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H, shown by Caleb Horner. Congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move back to the red side. Class number 59. These are late junior heifers born November 1st through December 31st, 2020. We have two entries in this class. Entry number 252, Miss Weed Hocus Pocus 92 over H3, shown by Rayleigh Weed. And entry 253, Dos Equis Dynamite Snickers, shown by Mason Woodruff. This is class 59, late junior heifers.
And our next class of red females, a good set of two that come into the class. The young man's darker red female is going to go ahead and start the class off for me. One that I appreciate this heifer, when you step right in behind her, she's more accurate in the way that her hawk goes from their squareness back to the ground. She's deep heeled. She gets out and she moves with lots of fluidity whenever she travels the ring. She's a big-bodied female that's definitely maternal in terms of her rib shape. You appreciate all things about her. When he gets her out and gets her stuck, she's definitely balanced from the side, and you really appreciate her within the pair in terms of being more depth back into her flank. You like all those things about her. She's a really nice balanced heifer that's going to start the class. The young lady that's going to be second, you really like the extension of this female. When she gets her out and gets her stuck, she levels up to her top line, one that's a bit frailer constructed and gets a bit tighter through her forerib and definitely shallower back into her flank than the heifer that's going to go ahead and lead off. But a really extended female that's going to go ahead and come in second today.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 59, placing first, entry 253, shown by Mason Woodruff. Placing second, entry 252, shown by Rayleigh Weed. Now entering the ring, class number 60, early junior heifers born September 1st through October 31st, 2020. Entry number 254, MCR Trios Harmony 255 over 1, shown by Ethan Rexroth. Entry 255, TX Miss Home Run 372 over H2, shown by Tyler Tanaka. Entry 256, Dos Equis Stretches Miss Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz. Entry 257, TX Miss Home Run 2 over H, shown by Jenna Schultz. Entry 259, Dos Equis Stretches Miss Maggie, shown by Brayden Stutz. And entry 260, Dos Equis TNT's Miss Molly, shown by Peyton Hansen. This is Class 60, early junior heifers. For those of you ringside, folks, we're going to take a short break for pictures of our Grand and Reserve in both the red and black show at the conclusion of the OWN show. we'll take a quick break for those. Our judge is going to have a quick bite of lunch, and then we're going to move right back into the pair show. So again, we're going to take a very short break at the end of the owned show on the Heifers to get pictures of our grands and reserves, and then we're going to move right into the pair show shortly thereafter.
As we bring this next class out, the young man that's in the first hole is going to go ahead and start for me. Structurally, these top three are very different in terms of the way they get out and move the ring. This heifer is going to bring forth the most good in terms of her skeleton. Is she perfect through her shoulder? No, but to me, she's the most functional heifer of these initial three. One that you like her from the side, she's dead level in her top line. One that gets out and goes and accurately fills her tracks. I'd like to see her a tad bit wider from hawk to ground, but one that you like her body shape and you like the levelness of lines that one puts together and the way that she travels the ring. The young man's heifer that's going to come in second is going to be in the second hole today. I like this female in terms of her body shape. She's got a lot of center body capacity. You like that about her. She's stout out of her hip, and she actually leaves me wider than the heifer that's going to go ahead and start the class. One that I'd like to see cleaned up through her front end and a tad bit stronger right there behind her shoulder. And then when you set this female in motion, I'd like to see her more laid back in the angle of her shoulder and smoothing her up right there through her front end. And from there, her rear two get a bit tight when you get her in motion. The young man that's going to come in third, one that I like this heifer. She's extended. She's bold in terms of her center rib shape. One that for me gets too straight off both ends of her skeleton to contend with the two ahead of her. She gets the shortest striding of the initial three. However, she is an extended female that does have some body shape through her center skeleton, so we appreciate that about her. She's going to round out the top three today.
Results from Class 60. Placing first, entry 254. MCR Trios Harmony 255 over 1, shown by Ethan Rexroth. Placing second, entry 256. Dos Equis Stretches Miss Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz. Placing third, entry 259, shown by Braden Stutz. Placing fourth, entry 255, shown by Tyler Tanaka. Placing fifth, entry 260, shown by Peyton Hansen. Placing sixth, entry 257, shown by Jenna Schultz. Now entering the ring is our Red Junior Division Champion Drive. From Class 59. Your winner in that class was entry 253, Dos Equis Dynamite's Snickers, shown by Mason Woodruff. Placing second in that class, also entering the ring, is entry 252, Miss Weed's Hocus Pocus 92 over H3, shown by Rayleigh Weed. From Class 60, your winner was 254, MCR Trios Harmony 255 over 1, shown by Ethan Rexroth. Placing second in that class, also entering the ring, is entry 256. Dos Equis stretches Miss Sierra, shown by Garrett Stutz. This is your red junior division drive.
Okay, as we bring our red division drive back out, a really good set of females in both of these lines. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man out of your last class. I think this heifer brings forth the most positives in terms of her eye appeal and the way that she sets up from the side. One that you like this heifer in terms of her movement. She gets out and she goes with enough adequacy in terms of her skeleton. And I really like that female from the side as she's a stronger top line female that's going to go ahead and win that pair today. We'll go ahead and bring the second up out of that class.
Congratulations. Your division winner goes to entry number 254, MCR Trios Harmony, 255/1, shown by Ethan Rexroth.
As we bring the second up out of that class, I think that these two heifers have some similarities in terms of the way they're put together. The young man out of your first class is going to go ahead and be reserved today for me. She's got more center body capacity, and you really like that female's rib shape and the way she gets out and goes.
And reserve in this division goes to entry number 253, Dos Equis Dynamite Snickers, shown by Mason Woodruff. Congratulations. Alrighty, folks, we have just a single entry in Class 61. So we're going to skip that one and move right to Class 62. These are early senior heifers born May 1st through June 30th, 2020. We have, I believe, 3 entries in this class. Entry 263, Miss B.H. Dandy, 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. Entry 265, Champ Miss Boom Shakalaka, 150H, shown by Ava Norega. And entry 266, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse, 17H, shown by Jen Minyard. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Class 62 Early Senior Heifers.
So we bring this next class of black females out, a really good set as a whole. The young man that's in the first hole is going to go ahead and start the class for me. The female that I think is the most genuine in her overall build, one that I like, this heifer right behind her shoulder, the way she blends into a really bold full rib. She's definitely has lots of center body capacity. She's dead level in terms of her lines. One that I like whenever you step in behind this female, she's extremely square and stout out of her hip and continues that all the way down through squareness through her hock and all the way to the ground. A nice female that's going to start the class off with. The cow-calf pair is going to be second today for me, one that I think brings forth lots of neat pieces. The cow that's going to be exhibited on the far side, one that's really extended up through her front end. One that I'd like to see her a tick stronger right there behind her shoulder and a tick bolder right there through her forerib to contend with the class winner today, but one that I like the extension up through her front end. I like the way that she's got boldness and depth through her center body. You appreciate all those things about her. That's a nice female that's going to come in second. The young lady that's going to round the class out, one that you appreciate the dimension through the center portion of her body. You like the squareness that this one leaves you with. One that I'd like to see cleaned up through her front end and maybe laid back in the angle of her shoulder. And smoothing her up there through her front end and make her a tick bolder right there through her forerib and a tick stronger in her top line to contend with the two ahead of her. But a nice heifer that's going to round the class out.
Results from Class 62. Placing first, entry 263, Miss BH Dandy 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. Placing second, entry 265, Champ Miss Boom Shakalaka 150H, shown by Ava Norega. Placing third, entry 266, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 17H, shown by Jen Minyard. Now entering the ring is our senior division drive. We have a single entry and a class winner from Class 61, entry 261, Rafterell Haley Joe, shown by Eris Facey. From Class 62, our class winner was entry 263, Miss BH Dandy 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. Our second place entry from Class 62, also entering the ring, is 265, Champ Miss Boom Shakalaka 150H, shown by Ava Norega.
Had a single entry that we didn't talk out of the first class. I'll go ahead and go over it. That one and talk her real quick before we pick our champion and reserve champion division. Heifer you really like in terms of her extension. You like her up front. She's really feminine about her head and neck. Got some extension up that. Ties her neck way high to the top side of her shoulder. She remains level from there back, and she's extremely bold in terms of her rib shape. One that if I had to change her somewhere, I'd maybe tighten her up just a tad bit through her front end. She wants to get a bit outside her corners at times whenever you set her in motion. And when you get her on the standstill, at times you see her outside her corners on her front end. And I'd like to change that about her. However, you do appreciate the levelness to her lines and her extension up front and the way that she profiles from this side. A nice female that's going to come out of that class. The young man that comes out of class 2 is going to go ahead and be your champion. I think that one puts together the most fault-free places in this lineup for this division champion. He'll go ahead and be your division. The cow-calf pair is going to go ahead and be your reserve today.
Congratulations to entry number 263, Miss BH Dandy 334 H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. That will be your division winner. Reserve in the senior division goes to entry 265, champ Miss Boom Shakalaka 150H, shown by Ava Norega. Now entering the ring, we have a single entry in class number 64. This will also be your red senior division winner. Entry 268, Dos Equis Dynamite's Raven, shown by Braden Stutz.
Our single entry and division champion in a class, a really neat female in terms of the way she's put together. She's smooth up her front end, one that's really bold in terms of her rib shape and stout out of her hips. She's got lots of substance when you study her at the ground. She's a big-footed female that's definitely stout constructed. You appreciate all that about her. Maybe like to clean her up just a tad bit through her front end and make her take more feminine and extended ahead of her shoulder, but a nice heifer that's got lots of mass and volume to her. Congratulations to this division champion.
Congratulations. Entry number 268 will be your red senior division winner. Dos Equis Dynamite's Raven, shown by Braden Stutz. Ladies and gentlemen, that will bring us to our grand champion drive. Take just a moment to get our division winners lined up here, and we'll get started with our grand champion Black Brangus female drive. Now entering the ring for our Grand Champion Drive on the Black Brangus Own Show. Your Junior Heifer Calf Champion, entry 103, TCR Clara, 1252 K2, shown by Sarah Altman. Your champion in the Senior Heifer Calf Division, entry 138, RCC Miss Majestic 1252J, shown by Tyler Kasner. Your Summer Yearling Champion winner, entry 160, PP Miss Mia Moore, 915J9, shown by Emma Titter. Your Yearling Champion Heifer, entry 177, Origins Miss Abigail, 302J, shown by Roxton Stone. Your Junior Champion Heifer, entry 250, Rafterell J-Lo, 157H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. And your Senior Champion Heifer, entry 263, Miss BH Dandy, 334H1, shown by Brianna Hicks. At this time, we'll reintroduce our judge again today, Miss Shelly Sanchez, a native of South Texas, grew up in Sinton, Texas, very active in both the 4-H and FFA growing up. She went on to attend Blinn College on a judging scholarship where she was on a national championship team and was later named an All-American. From there, she went to Texas A&M, where she was on the reserve national champion team and also named an All-American, among other numerous high point individual recognitions along the way, including recognitions at the National Western, San Antonio, and Tulsa. She graduated from Texas A&M University as a member of the 2013 class with a degree in animal science and minor in business. She then furthered her education by going back to A&M for a master's of marketing with an emphasis in finance and graduating with that in 2014. After college, she's had the privilege of judging multiple shows across the country and has covered multiple species across the state here. She now resides in Kingsville, Texas, where she and her husband have 2 kids, Sawyer and Sutton, and they run a small herd of quality American and crossbred cows. They are the owners of Kingsville Veterinary Service, where she is the the practice manager. Shelly, thanks again for being here with us to help us sort through our own show today. We'd also like to recognize our reserve division winners that are in the ring. Your reserve junior heifer calf champion is entry 104, Smart Miss Sally 804K, shown by Devin Yanasek. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion goes to TCR Jody Diane 56J, entry 118, shown by Chloe Weiss. Your reserve summer yearling champion was entry 156, WL Miss Syra, shown by Aaron Towns. Your reserve yearling champion heifer, entry 207, GKB Miss Killshot 329J8, shown by Monty Eskew. Your reserve junior heifer, entry 237, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H, shown by Caleb Horner. In your reserve senior champion heifer, entry 265, Champ Miss Boom Shakalaka, shown by Ava Norega. Let's give all of our exhibitors and our judge today a quick round of applause as we evaluate these division winners out here in the ring. It's been a great show.
As we bring everybody back out here for the overall drive, how about a round of applause for all the kiddos that showed today and all the ring help. Everything has run super smoothly until this drive has been the only real mayhem that's kind of happened all day, and that's to be commended. Y'all ran a bunch of cattle and kids through the ring, and everything's gone pretty seamless and flawless, and so that's to be commended by everybody that's helping, and parents and exhibitors and everybody helping to keep that all rolling. Thank you for having me judge today. I've really enjoyed it. It's fun to sort elite cattle at this level. As far as Americans, especially growing up where I grew up, you see lots of Americans, and there's lots of diversity in terms of what type of Americans you see. And today, coming and judging you guys' stuff is definitely an elite group of kiddos and an elite group of cattle. And so it's fun to sort in this level of competition. And so that's to be commended by everybody that's exhibited today and the things that you guys have brought forth and exhibited, all the way from the calves to the last senior division class. I think the competition was really deep. I think that the level of quality is bar none. There's something in each of these calves that y'all should definitely be proud of, and that there's lots of quality to be had and lots of winning to be done, I'm sure, regardless of where your endpoint or where you're looking at taking these guys to. There's one in here for me today that stood out in her class. She stood out in her drive. She's a really high quality one that I really like the way she puts a lot of things together. She's feminine. She's eye appealing. She's definitely bold and maternal in terms of her center body capacity and the way she's put together. She's sound structured. Her hip and hind leg is dang near flawless. And that one, I definitely think that she's got lots of success that she's probably had and success ahead of her too. And she looks like she's about to calve soon. And she's definitely one that is unique and elite in this lineup. For me, the young man right here is going to go ahead and be our champion today.
Congratulations, your grand champion owned Brangus female for 2022 at the Texas State Show goes to entry 250, Rafter L J-Lo 157 H8, shown by Maddox Hartman. Pulling up for reserve consideration in that division is entry 237, Ferris Miss Wheelhouse 15H, shown by Caleb Horner.
As we bring the next one up in that slot, she fits right into this lineup of division champions. There's a couple out here that I think it's really close between, and I think there's lots of quality in both of these females that I've been comparing as a stand here. There's one that I think does it a bit better in terms of being a tick smoother in the way that she's put together. She gets out and goes with plenty of fluidity, and one that you appreciate in the way that her levelness of lines match up whenever you get out and analyze her. The young man right here in the cowboy hat's going to go ahead and be reserved today.
Your reserve grand champion female comes out of the yearling division, entry 177, Origins Miss Abigail 302J, shown by Roxton Stone. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our grand champion Red Brangus owned female drive. Your senior heifer calf champion, entry 146, Dos Equis Dynamite Stall, shown by Garrett Stutz. Your summer yearling champion female, entry 172, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss Me, shown by Garrett Stutz. Your champion from the yearling division, entry 221, Eminem 844 over J, shown by Paige Dupree. Your junior division winner goes to entry 254, MCR Trios Harmony 255 over 1, shown by Ethan Rexroth. And your senior division winner is 268, Dos Equis Dynamite's Raven, shown by Braden Stutz. We also have reserve divisions in the ring as well. Your reserve summer yearling heifer, entry 175, KTS Miss Stella 800J, shown by Truett Marks. Your reserve yearling champion female, entry 228, KTS Miss Valentine 135 J1, shown by Cheyenne Durham. And your reserve junior division winner, entry 253, Dos Equis Dynamite Snickers, shown by Mason Woodruff. While our judge evaluates our champion drive here, we need to say a few more thank yous for some generous support we've had this year. First of all, GKB Cattle graciously donated the raffle heifer this year, and I believe we sold out of those tickets rather quickly. We want to certainly say thanks to GKB Cattle for their donation of this year's foundation heifer for TJBBA. Also this year, we will have access to the digital images from this year's show at no charge, thanks to the donation of the fee from Twisted S, Triple Crown Ranch, and Vila Ranch. So feel free to go to lindsayhanowichphotography.com and download your images at no charge. And thanks again for Twisted S, Triple Crown Ranch, and Vila Ranch for making that donation and allowing those images to be free.
Okay, as we bring in our reds for our drive overall, a really good set again, like we had in the blacks, a really good set that's high quality and got lots of elite females that we got to sort through today, and so that makes it fun and challenging. The one that I'm going to go ahead and use for your champion today is one that I think puts the most good together, one that's feminine. She's attractive from the side. She's definitely level in her lines, one that still offers some capacity and base width throughout. She's a powerful female that's got lots of volume. You appreciate all that about her when she gets out here and gets her stuck, one that's really impressive from the side and does lots of good things for me. The young lady out of the second division is going to go ahead and be your champion today.
Your grand champion, Red Brangus female this year, it goes to entry 172, Dos Equis Dynamite's Kiss Me, shown by Garrett Stutz. Pulling up for reserve consideration is entry 175, KTS Miss Stella 800J, shown by Truett Marks.
So we go ahead and pull that reserve into that division up into the lineup of champions. I think she fits in terms of quality and the capacity that she's got to compete with these others. There's one in here, though, that's competing for reserve. I think she's really good also. I think that she's got lots of good qualities to her. She's feminine. She's humongous in terms of her massive volume. She's great in terms of her rib shape. And got lots of depth back into her flank, and she still balances extremely well from the side and still has lots of integrity to her skeleton. The young lady out of the third division is going to be your reserve.
And your reserve grand champion in the Red Brangus owned heifer show goes to entry number 221, M&M 844 over J, shown by Paige Dupree. Congratulations. Again, we'll take a very short break for pictures of our grand and reserve female in both of these shows, and we will get back to the pairs shortly. exhibited by Callie Roach. In the ring right now are cow-calf pairs born January 1st, 2020 through April 30th, 2020.
Okay, so we bring our first class in our cow show in, a really good set of females that come into the ring and with calves at their side. The young man in the middle of the class is going to go ahead and start this class. One that I really like, this female. She's sound structured. She's bold bodied. She's attractive from the side. She's got lots of levelness to her lines, and the calf at her side is really nice in terms of progeny. Dead level in her line and really gets out and goes well too. That's a really nice female that's going to go ahead and start this first class of the cow-calf pairs off. Whenever we talk about second and third, I think that there's some trade-offs in this next pair. The young lady at the front of the class is going to go ahead and be second today. One that I like, this female when she let her in. One that's really bold in terms of her rib shape, got lots of natural base width and capacity. One that you appreciate, the calf that she's got at her side too. She's a little more uniform in terms of her bag and definitely leaves me with more structural integrity off her rear too. A really nice cow that's going to go ahead and come in second. The young lady that's going to come in third, a nice female again, one that's got some rib shape, one that's got some capacity, one that I'd like to see get out and go with tick better off her rear too, one that wants to get a bit tighter and more restricted in her movement, not quite as accurate in terms of the way she feels her tracks. She wants to get a bit rounder out of her hip and duck her pins underneath herself when you set her in motion in relation to the two ahead of her, but a really nice cow-calf pair that's going to round the class out.
Winning your first class of cow-calf pairs was Smart Miss Dynamite 804H3, exhibited by Devin Yannick. Second was TCR Queen Bee, exhibited by Emily Glaze. And third was
Ferris Miss Suerte 19H, exhibited by Callie Roach. Entering the arena now are cow-calf pairs that were calved December 31st, 2019 and before. 271, exhibited by Madison Hanson. Entry 272, exhibited by Camille Cubido. Entry 273, exhibited by Mackenzie Sessengood. And rounding out the class, exhibitor entry 274 and Emma Titter. For those of you in the back, we will be selecting your champion Black Brangus cow-calf pair immediately following the selection of this class, and then we will transition into the reds.
Two really nice females that sort to the top of this class. I think, too, that have a few slight differences whenever you get to nitpicking. I think that their progeny have a few slight differences whenever you get to really analyzing them. But the young lady that's in the second hole is going to go ahead and start the class off. One that's super big volumes, one that's really capacious in terms of her center body, one that you really appreciate her depth of body and the way that her rib shape blends throughout. One that's smooth about her shoulder, and she's still extended ahead of her shoulder. One that really levels up from the side, and she gets out and goes with plenty of integrity in terms of her skeleton. You appreciate the way that one is put together in lots of ways. Young lady that's going to be second, one that I really liked when she walked in. She's deep-bodied and big in terms of her volume and center capacity. One that you like all that about her. One that just doesn't balance up as well as the one that's going to go ahead and start the class today. She wants to break right behind her shoulder and get a tick, round her out of her hip and duck her pins when she gets on the move. But one that you really like her in terms of the way that she's put together through her center body.
Congratulations to your class winner for Class 66, PP Miss Sheridan 915G1, exhibited by Emma Titter. Second place, exhibited by Madison Hanson with WRC Miss Prime 915E9. Third, Miss T.S. Abbey 915, exhibited by Camille Cubido. And fourth place, D.A. Puddin, exhibited by Mackenzie Sessengood. We will now be exhibiting or showing for the Grand Champion Bringus Cow-Calf pair entering the arena from Class 65. Smart Miss Dynamite, exhibited by Devin Yannick. And class winner from Class 66, Miss Sheridan, exhibited by Emma Titter.
So we bring our cow-calf pairs back out for our overall champion. A good lineup of females in both lines out here. I think there's lots of quality and there's lots of things to be said for both of these individuals at the front end of their divisions and the class winners that we had. The one that I'm going to go ahead and use for champion is one that I liked in class. She hit me really hard. The calf at her side is impressive in the way that one's put together too. That female is really adequate in terms of the way that she's put together. She's got lots of center body capacity and really bold about her forerib back into her flank. She works that out of a really stout hip and definitely leaves me square from hock to ground, and you appreciate all those things about her. As far as her progeny goes and her calf at her side, one that you really appreciate the levelness of lines. You appreciate the bone work and foot size in that calf. You like the way that one's constructed from the side in terms of her shoulder and tying her neck high out of her top side and being really level from there back. The young man out of your first class is going to go ahead and be your champion. The young lady out of the second class is going to go ahead and be reserved today in the cow-calf division.
And congratulations to Devin Yannick on his champion Brangus cow-calf coming from class 65. Smart Miss Dynamite 804H3. Reserve Grand Champion Black Brangus cow-calf pair was exhibited by Emna Titter with PP Miss Sheridan 915 G1. Coming in the arena next will be class 67. These are cow-calf pairs born January 1st, 2020 to April 30th, 2020 in the red division. In the arena now are entry 275 exhibited by Cheyenne Durham and entry 276 exhibited by Truett Marks.
Nice set of cows that come in the second or the first class of reds as we start this division off. The young lady at the front of the class is going to go ahead and start. For me, it's a structural issue with the cow that's going to come in second. This young lady's cow is really level in terms of the way she's put together. One, when you set in motion, she's got some integrity in terms of her skeleton. She gets out, accurately fills her track, all while remaining still level out of her hip, and you appreciate that about her in this pair specifically. One, that you like her depth of body, like her springer rib, and you appreciate all of that about her on top of the fact that she's a sounder skeleton cow in the pair. The young man's cow that comes in next, I love this cow from the side in terms of her depth of body and her center rib dimension. You like all those things about her. One that I'd like to change this female when you set her in motion. She wants to have more of a permanent set to her hock and get a bit tighter whenever you set her off her rear two and duck her pins. Get just a tad bit underneath herself when you compare her to the class winner today. But a nice female in her own right that's got some depth of body and got some center body capacity.
Winning the class was CX Miss Dream Girl 314H, exhibited by Cheyenne Durham. Second was KTS Miss Dixie, exhibited by Truett Marks. Entering the arena now is Class 68, cow-calf pairs born December 31st, 2019 and before. Exhibitors are Caden Moshik with entry 277 and Lane Van with entry 278.
to our next class of reds, and a really nice female that's going to go ahead and start this class off. It's going to be the young man in the second hole. One that you really like, this female, whenever you get her out and get her stuck. One that's really smooth about her shoulders. She's extended ahead of it, and she ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. You like all that about her. It still remains level from there back. One that blends really smooth back into her forerib and has lots of depth back into her flank. And the calf at her side's really impressive in the way that that one's put together too. Stout constructed, big-footed, definitely powerful, and still lots of pieces to him that you really appreciate in terms of eye appeal from the side. The young man that's going to come in second, one that I like the extension that this cow has to offer, one that you appreciate that about her. I'd like to see her deeper back into her flank and a bit bolder in terms of her forerib to contend with the cow that's going to go ahead and win the class today. A nice calf at her side, a nice cow to round the class out with.
Winning class 68 was Miss Broken A 768F, exhibited by Lane Van. Second place was Miss MBJ Fagan Frida, exhibited by Caden Moshik. We're now exhibiting the champion Red Brangus cow-calf pair. Entering the arena now, out of class 67, your winner was CX Miss Dream Girl, exhibited by Cheyenne Durham. Competing against her is class 68 class winner Miss Broken A 768F, exhibited by Lane Van. For those of you exhibiting bulls, ringside, there will be a short break for pictures following the selection of our champion Red Brangus cow-calf pair. It'll be about a 10-minute picture break, and then we'll resume with the bull show.
So you bring the cow-calf pairs back out to sort for our overall champion. I think lots of quality in both lines out here. There was one that hit me pretty hard in class. I think that she's really complete. I think she's very well balanced from the side. I think that she's got some eye appeal. I think that she's definitely the most volume and definitely the most capacious in terms of her rib design. And you appreciate all those things about her. And she still blends out with a really complete sound skeleton. The young man out of the second class is going to be your champion. The young lady out of your first is going to be reserve.
And your grand champion Red Brangus cow-calf pair goes to entry 278, Miss Broken A 768F, exhibited by Lane Van. Reserve grand champion was entry 275, exhibited by Cheyenne Durham with CX Miss Dream Girl. We're about ready to start our Brangus Bull Show. Lining up and getting ready to come in the arena is Class 69, early spring bull calves born January 1st through February 28th. Entering the arena is entry number 279, exhibited by Emma Titter. Entry 280 is exhibited by Bram Christensen, and entry 281 is exhibited by Quinn Burns. Again, these are early spring bull calves that are born January 1st through February 28th. For those of you ringside, this will be class and division. Coming out of this will be your junior bull calf champion and reserve bull calf, junior bull calf champion as well.
So we bring in our first class of bulls, a really good set of three that come in. The young man in the middle is going to go ahead and start this class off, one that you really like this bull when you get to the side of him or off either end, one that's really rugged and masculine in his design. His neckties high out of the top side of his shoulder. From there back, he's extremely powerful down his top and out of a really stout square hip. You appreciate all that about him. And when you back off to the side of this bull, he's really attractive and eye appealing. And the way that he props up and is really level out of his hip. Really nice bull that's going to go ahead and start this class off. The young lady's calf at the front is going to go ahead and be second today. One that I like this bull's feature. I like his foot. I like his bone. I like his levelness of lines. He's definitely greener than the bull that's going to go ahead and start the class, but one that's unique in the way that his front end's constructed, really extended, still massive in terms of his top shape, still got plenty of rib design. Really nice bull that's going to come in second. Not to take anything away from the young man's that's going to come into third. Really liked this calf when he walked in. He's really expressive up top, definitely stout and square out of his hip, and he is level out of his hip. When you set this bull in motion, he steadies a tad more upright in the angle of his shoulder and gets a bit rougher up front whenever you compare him to the two ahead of him today in class. I'd like to clean him up there just a tad bit, but a really nice level designed calf that's going to round this class out.
Results of Class 69 and also the selection of your junior bull calf champion in the Black Brangus Bull Calves went to TCR El Camino 56K, exhibited by Bram Christensen. Reserve Junior Bull Calf was exhibited by Emma Titter. PP Whole Lotta Love 915 K1. And rounding out the class was BB Cross Canadian 150 K3, exhibited by Quinn Burns.
Really nice bull calf that comes into this red class, one that's extremely massive and expressive in terms of his muscle shape. He's rugged in his overall design and build, one that's really stout in terms of his bone work and has plenty of shape in terms of his center body capacity. One that you like all those things about him. He's extremely powerful. Even though he's a single entry, I think he could have definitely withstood some competition in this class. Really nice bull that's going to go ahead and win this class.
A single entry represented Class 70. This was a red Brangus bull calf that was calved between November 1 and December 31st. Congratulations to LVS, Mr. Cash, exhibited by Lane Van. Entering the arena now is Class 71. This is late fall bull calves born November 1st through December 31st. Entry 283 is exhibited by Madison Hansen. Entry 284 is exhibited by Camille Kibido. Entry 285 is exhibited by Bram Christensen. And rounding out the class is entry 286, exhibited by Catherine Allen. For those of you ringside and have a program that you're following, there is an additional entry that is in here. It isn't in your book, but it's entry 40, KL Yeager, exhibited by Haley King.
So we bring this next class of bulls in. I think there's one that's really unique in the way that you start this class off. Is he the most rugged? No, probably not in the class that's going to go to your second place, but one that puts together lots of neat things in terms of the way this one's built. The young lady in the third hole is going to go ahead and start for me today. One that I really like the way that this bull profiles. He's really eye appealing. He's got plenty of power. He's really correct in the way that he's designed in his skeleton and gets out and goes extremely sound off both ends. One that definitely blends a really smooth shoulder back into a bold rib shape. You appreciate all those things about him, along with the fact that he maintains enough power and structural integrity to go ahead and start this class. The young man in the middle of the class is going to be second today, one that I really liked when he walked in. He's big-footed. He's stout constructed. You like all that about him, and has plenty of power up top and squareness from behind. One that I'd like to see a tad bit bolder right there through his forerib and a tick deeper back into his flank to contend with. Bull that's going to go ahead and start the class, but a really nice rugged made one that's going to come in second. The young lady that comes in third, maybe the earlier maturing bull of the three, one that gets really deep in terms of his depth of body from the side. You like that about him. One that I'd like to see a tick more extended up front and level him up out of his hip a bit more to contend with the two that are ahead of him today. He wants to duck his pins and roll just a tad bit when you set him in motion and even at the standstill in relation to the two ahead of him, but a really nice bull that's going to round out third today.
Winning your class of late fall bull calves, exhibiting your class winner was entry 286, ACC High 5 674J15, exhibited by Catherine Allen. Coming in second was TCR Renegade 302J13, exhibited by Bram Christensen. In third place was TS Mr. A Dynamite 915J18, exhibited by Camille Cubido. In fourth place was WRC Mr. Double Play, exhibited by Madison Hansen. And fifth was KL Yeager, exhibited by Haley King. In the arena now is the division championship. You'll notice that in Class 72, there will be a single entry. He'll be out here competing for honors as this division of Senior Bull Calf Champion. He is exhibited by Camille Burns and entry number 287.
We had a single entry that we didn't discuss in class, a really nice bull that she brings out of that class that could have definitely withstood some competition. Really level in terms of his lines, one that you appreciate his rib shape and power, really square out of his hip, got some width between his pins and some extension up front. You like all those things about him. If I had to change him, I'd maybe correct him just a tad bit out of his hock and rear skeleton. He wants to get a bit tighter when you set him in motion in relation to the other calves in the class, but one that's definitely leveled, one that's definitely got some eye appeal and extension, and you appreciate all those things about him. Whatever we're picking our division champion, I think that there was one in class that was really impressive, really sound structured, definitely had some eye appeal from the side, has plenty of power for me. The young lady out of the first class is going to go ahead and be your champion today. So we bring in the next one out of that class. Again, another really sound structured, rugged design bull that's definitely stout constructed. He gets out and is definitely deeper heeled and probably takes a more accurate stride for me today than the young lady that's going to come out of the second class. He's going to go ahead and be your reserve today.
And congratulations to our exhibitors. Your senior bull calf champion came out of Class 71, exhibited by Catherine Allen, ACC High 5, 674, J15. Reserve senior bull calf champion was second in that class. Entry 285, TCR Renegade, exhibited by Bram Christensen. So in the arena now is Class 74. This is early summer yearling bulls. They're born May 1st through June 30th. Exhibitors in this class, 2 entries. Entry number 290, Ava Noriega, and entry 291, Eris Basie.
So we bring our next class of bulls in. I think a high quality place to start is the young lady that's going to be in the second hole today. One that's really big footed and deep heeled when you get him out and set him in motion. He's extreme in terms of his base width and power up top and from behind. You like all those things about him, and then when she gets him out and gets him stuck, definitely is extended up through his front end and levels up out of his hip, and he's attractive from the side. Really nice bull that's going to go ahead and start this class. The young lady that comes in second, one that you like, this bull, he's got some depth of body and some spring of rib, one that I'd like to see a bit bolder right there behind his full rib and steady the angle of his shoulder a bit more laid back than what it is today for me to contend in this class any higher, but a nice bull that's got some power and got some expression up top and some shape to his rib.
And winning Class 74 was 6B John Boy, exhibited by Eris Basie. Second place was Champ Mr. Top Shelf 28J, exhibited by Ava Noriega. We will now be showing for your Summer Yearling Bull Champion. We will have a single entry that represented Class 73, Villas Commerce 103J, exhibited by April Villara. And then coming in to compete with him is 6B John Boy, exhibited by Eris Basie.
Had a single entry that didn't come in until the division drive right now, so I'll go ahead and discuss that one first. A really extended, rugged bull that's deep-heeled, and when she gets him out and sets him in motion, definitely accurately fills his track. One that's got some shape to his rib and some depth back into his flank, and you appreciate all those things about him. He has some expression up top and is definitely big-footed, too. We'll go ahead and let her get reset before we discuss the champion.
There should be a pin over in the corner if you guys want to open that gate.
Okay, as we discuss our champion for the division in this drive, I think one that hit me really hard in class, one that's really high quality in my opinion, and definitely has lots of good things about him. The young lady out of class 2 is going to go ahead and be your champion, and the young lady out of class 1 is going to go ahead and be your reserve.
And your Summer Yearling Bull Champion is 6B John Boy, exhibited by Eris Basie, coming out of Class 74. Your reserve Summer Yearling Bull in the Black Brangus show is Villas Commerce 103J, exhibited by April Villarreal. Entry 289. We're going to be moving on into our next division of red Brangus bulls. This is class 75. All right, this is class 76. Class 75 was a single entry. He'll be joining us later as we go into our division championship. In the arena now is entry 293, exhibited by April Villarreal. She also has entry 294 as well. These are bulls that were born May 1st through June 30th.
Okay, as we bring our next class of reds, and I think in a pair of bulls where you don't have many structural differences to decipher between, there's definitely one that's got more power and mass and overall ruggedness to him, and that's going to be the young lady that's going to start or lead the class off right here in the front. One that's really smooth about his shoulder, one that's definitely bold, massive in terms of his center body volume, one that you like him when you step up behind him or on top of him as his shoulder all the way back out of a really stout square hip. You like those things about that bull. Is he perfect on the move? No, but in a pair where neither are perfect on their rear two, I think that this one's rugged mass and volume are going to allow him to win today. The young lady that's going to come in second, one that's really extended, and you appreciate that about him. He gets a tad bit tighter through his forerib and shallower back into his flank in relation to the bull that's going to go ahead and start the class today. He wants to duck his pins and gets a tad bit underneath himself whenever you set him in motion. That coupled with his rear leg structure and his forerib, we're going to go ahead and leave him second today in this class of two.
So winning the class is entry 293. So I stand corrected. Entry 294 wins the class. This is Villa's Sensation, exhibited by April Villarreal. And second place, also exhibited by April, was entry 293, Villa's Valentino, 59J14.
We bring a single entry into our next division, a really nice bull that could have definitely withstood some more competition in class. One that's really extended up through his front end, ties his neck really high out of a smooth shoulder, and you appreciate all those things about him. One that's really attractive from the side and definitely has some center body volume and some expression down his top, and he's square from behind. You like all that about him. A really nice bull that's going to start this class.
Single entry and winning the class 77, late junior yearling bulls born March 1st through April 30th of 2021 was PP Mr. President 915 J3, exhibited by Emma Titter.
Class 78. They scratch, but it's not. They printed this before you check the. So that's the actual entries.
Well, for those of you ringside, we have Class 80 and Class 81. This is your division of red senior yearling bulls. We'll turn the mic over to Ms. Sanchez and hear her thoughts as she sorts these pair of bulls out.
As we bring these two single entries in, I'll go ahead and discuss them quickly with you on what my thoughts are on each one. The young man in the front, I really like this bull. He's stout constructed. He's expressive and really powerful in his overall build and makeup. You appreciate all those things about him. He's got plenty of rib shape and gets out and moves accurately whenever you set him in motion. A really nice bull that's powerful that comes out of that class. The young man that comes out of the next class that was a single entry also, you really like this bull's rib shape and capacity. He's got lots of volume through his center body. He's got some shape from behind whenever you step in behind him, and you like all those things about him. in relation to the one that came out of the class before him. He's not quite as powerful, specifically right behind his shoulder. Wants to get a bit tighter through his forerib and gets a bit tighter off his rear too when you set him in motion. The young man in the front is going to go ahead and be your champion. The young man out of the next class is going to go ahead and be reserve.
And winning your red senior yearling champion bull is entry 301, Dos X Dynamite Timber, exhibited by Braden Stutz. Reserve in that division was entry 302, TX Home Run 53H3, exhibited by Tyler Taneka. Jumping back just a little bit and going into our senior yearling black bulls, we have a class winner here in single entry exhibited by April Villarreal. It's Villa's Mr. Dynamite, 74H6.
A really powerful division winner out of the single entry class. Really expressive down his top line. One that's really masculine about his feature. One that you appreciate how big his foot is. And as he gets out, is really deep heeled and definitely moves with lots of integrity in terms of his skeleton. And you like all that about him, combined with the fact that he's still smooth about his shoulder and accurate in terms of the way that he's constructed through his front end and definitely blends back into a bold forerib. All of those things could lead him to withstand plenty of competition in class above being a single entry. Today, she's going to go ahead and be your division champion.
And winning your senior yearling bull champion was Villa's Mr. Dynamite, 74H6, exhibited by April Villarreal. He's your automatic division winner. We're now into Class 82. These are senior 3-year-old bulls calved May 1st through December 31st of 2019. Entry 303, DA Tombstone, is exhibited by Bailey Sessengood. Entry 304, TJBBA Resistol 789 G4 is exhibited by Claire Gill. After sorting this will be your automatic division and reserve division, and then we will move into our champion drive of red and black Brangus bulls.
Really nice bull that's going to start off this division, and the young lady in the front end of the class, one that you really appreciate. This bull's extension and look from the side is extremely eye-appealing and definitely stout in his overall build and construction. One that's smooth about his shoulder and still blends back with plenty of capacity through his center body. He's super powerful down his top and definitely comes the squarest and levelest out of his pins within the pair that he's going to be compared to today. But that bull's a really nice, eye-appealing, masculine bull that's definitely got lots of stoutness and power up top and from behind. The young lady that's going to come in as reserve today, one that I love this bull's extension. I like the way he gets out and goes. I just wish to compete in the pair today that he's a tad bit bolder through his forerib and had some more depth back into his flank. That coupled with the fact I'd like to see his hip a bit leveler when set into motion. He wants to duck his pins and get underneath himself a tad bit more than desirable today in the pair.
And being selected your senior champion bull is entry 303, DA Tombstone, exhibited by Bailey Sessengood. Reserve Senior Champion Bull is entry 304 GBB Resistol 789 G4, exhibited by Claire Gill. Single entry and automatic division winner in your reds is entry 305 KWM Mr. Creedmoor's Yucatan, exhibited by Caden Mushek. We will now hear Ms. Sanchez give her critique and move on to our champion lineups.
We have a single entry come in. Several of these bull classes have been single entries, but they're really high quality classes in terms of the bulls that you're bringing forth, which is to be commended for the exhibitors and people out ringside helping these guys. But this bull is definitely competitive in a class of 5 or 6 or 10 or 20, depending on where you took him. Even though he's a single entry today, he's really bold and really high volumes. He's got plenty of mass down his top and from behind. A nice, stout, constructed bull that's going to go ahead and win the division today out of this class.
Entering the arena is your champion lineup of Brangus Bulls. Your junior bull calf champion is TCR El Camino 56K, exhibited by Bram Christensen. Reserve is will come in here in just a bit. Your next division is your senior bull calf champion, entry 286, exhibited by Catherine Allen, ACC High 5 674 J15. Your early summer yearling bulls, your champion is entry 291, 6-speed John Boy, exhibited by Eris Basie. Your junior yearling bull champion is entry 297, PP Mr. President 915 J3, exhibited by Emma Titter. Your senior yearling champion bull is entry 300, Villas Mr. Dynamite 74H6, exhibited by April Villarreal. And then your senior champion bull is entry 303, TA Tombstone, exhibited by Bailey Sessengood. Entering the arena are also our reserve divisions. Congratulations to all the exhibitors as Miss Sanchez sorts through and selects her champion and reserve champion Brangus bull at your Junior Brangus State Show.
Okay, as we bring our all divisions back in for our overall drive, let's give these kids a round of applause for coming back in for division and grand and reserve division drive for our overall champion Black today. Really nice bull that's going to go ahead and lead this division off. One that I liked whenever she came into her class. I liked whenever he came back for his division. Really complete and really powerful, really masculine, really rugged. Gets out and goes really well. The young lady out of your last class is going to go ahead and be your champion today.
And your grand champion, Brangus Bull, is your senior champion bull. Entry 303, exhibited by Bailey Sessengood, D.A. Tombstone. Congratulations to her.
As we pull that one up for reserve, again, one that fits right into the top lineup, as well as any of these that are out here. The next one that I'm going to go ahead and use for reserve is one that I liked a whole bunch in class when she let him in. One that's really rugged, really masculine, stout constructed, big bodied. He's probably the biggest backed bull in the entire lineup. The young lady right here is going to go ahead and be reserved.
And your reserve Brangus Bull, congratulations to Aaron Basie with 6B John Boy. He is your summer yearling bull calf champion. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. We're going to transition into the Red Bull Grand Drive coming in next. Entering the arena now is your lineup for the Red Brangus Bull Show. Entering the arena first is your senior bull calf champion. That's entry 294. Right. Your first division is entry 282, exhibited by Lane Van. Your senior bull calf champion is entry 294, exhibited by April Villarreal, Villa Sensation 71J. Your senior yearling bull is exhibited by Dos X Dynamite Timber, Braden Stutz. And your senior champion Red Bull is entry 305, KWM Mr. Creedmoor's Yucatan, exhibited by Caden Moshik.
As we bring our Reds back out for a champion and reserve overall, I think there's one in here that just puts the most good together. He's definitely the widest base from behind. When you step behind him, really wide and square out of his pin set, and definitely leaves me from hawk to ground, the squarest and truest of this lineup. He does get out and move with enough adequacy in terms of his skeleton for me today, and one that's so rugged, masculine, his overall build, and balances up the best from the side. The young lady out of Class 2 is going to be your champion today.
And your grand champion, Red Brangus Bull, is entry 294, exhibited by April Villarreal, Villa Sensation 71J.
So we bring the next one up into the lineup. I think he fits right in with the ones that are already up from the beginning divisions. The next one that I'm going to use is one that's ultra powerful. Definitely got lots of expression down his top. One that's really accurate in terms of the way that he's presented his forerib back into his flank. One that you like all those things about him. He's not quite as balanced as our overall champion today, but the young man out of the third division is going to be your reserve.
And your reserve bull is exhibited by Braden Stutz, Dos Ex Dynamite's Timber. Congratulations to all of your exhibitors and a great show, and appreciate our judge, Michelle Sanchez. We'll go to the backdrop for pictures. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to a good day tomorrow.